everybody! Hey, everybody! How we doing? It's a new week. I see a Kaori. Welcome in. Welcome in, Nexu. Princess Thea. Welcome in. How's everybody doing? Oh. I lurk in your streams a lot, Kaori. I probably don't do much beyond lurking, but... Let's see. I like having your streams on in the background while I'm doing other things. Anyway, it's a chill, Satisfactory day. Satisfactory is one of my favorite games, and this is definitely one of my favorite parts of the game. And I'll show you why here in a minute. I'm in the middle of something. I'm finished setting up, I'm bolstering some production lines. Some of the older production lines, actually. This one is pipes production. We're in the steel mill right now. Yeah. I think I've got the frame rate issue next. That's looking good. Looking nice and buttery smooth. I like that. So how's everybody doing? Wrote my first exam of this phase today. What do you mean by that, Nexu? I need a little context there. I'm trying to understand, you know? Oh, Princess Thea. Did Mitha eat? Yes, I did eat. I actually had some lunch right before I got started. And I actually still have my drink here. And I've got additional drink stuff on standby for stream today. I came prepared. Ooh. Oh, that was the autosave. Okay. That's good. We're using up some of the extraneous, unused production capacity on this particular line. Try and help augment some production capacity that's lagging behind. Doop, 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 doop. It's like the entire half of this factory that's sitting here making beams is basically idle. The beams are just not getting used. So I'm redirecting a whole bunch of that capacity over here, where it can be used to make more pipes, because we're behind on pipes. Pipes production is hurt. That's my reserve. As you can see, my reserve is basically all but gone. Okay. Let's go back to Rotterdam. Because, yeah, Rika Riedman said, hey, we should call the factory that. And it was so. For those counting at home, yes, that is 7 floors. That is Rotterdam. I've got the view distance turned a little down. Then you could actually see the view distance line curving right through the factory there. All right. Sorry, would semester be better? Oh, you got to the first exam of this semester. Gotcha. Ooh, a head pad. My model is animating slowly. What's going on? Interesting. YouTube Studio is lagging. Well, it's working. It's just very, very lagged. Okay. I might restart YouTube Studio. I'm trying to sort of nail this frame drop. Thank you for the head pat. I'm going to restart YouTube Studio. I may disappear for a second. So I actually did have a plan for today's stream. So, as you can see on the upper right, Phase 4 is sitting here complete. The general plan is, I'm going to send that up to the space elevator. We're going to get started on the next phase. Boop. That was VTube Studio crashing out. Oh, no. System is still choking on something. What are you choking on, system? I have more than enough system capacity to handle this. What's going on? I only set one thing different for today's stream. Yep, supposedly 2K streaming is coming, and I'm using enhanced browsing, but for some reason, it insists on downscaling everything from 2K down to 1080p. Not sure why. All of my layouts are in 4K, and they have been for some time. I'm getting nice, buttery smooth frame rates. Satisfactory. I've been spending the last half an hour just sort of trying to figure out where the drop is. I got more than enough upload to handle it. Like, we're not even fully utilizing my upload. There we go. Model's animating correctly. There we go. Okay, let's do this. So how the exams go next, Sue? Did they go well?
Welcome to the Pioneers Got Power Problems presentation. That was a joke. Anyway, you're familiar with the process. Just throw the lever and the automated systems will take over. Imagine all the time and effort that would be wasted if you had to do all that work as well. Some work is just better suited for machines. Phase 5 contains technology the human brain cannot comprehend, so just trust in me and fix-it policy and everything will go as planned. Answering all your questions will take time we simply do not have. Everything is going to be just fine, so long as you do your job. We've come this far together after all, haven't we? Anyway, you know what to do. Just don't forget to keep producing previous project parts, and plan ahead when setting up new production lines, and make sure not to leave it all until the last moment.
What does that even mean? It sounded like a whole bunch of, like, corporate platitudes. This is my favorite part of the game. It was one of those exams that is basically impossible to get full points on because there's just
Phase
too
4
much.
of Project Assembly completed. If style was measured in my performance reports, yours would be something special. Regardless, saving the day is within our grasp. Do not lose focus now. You must understand the weight on your shoulders, but you are not alone. I am here, and I know exactly what's at stake. This goes beyond Earth. Your actions will affect the universe at large. You might think I am exaggerating. Perhaps you will understand once you finish project assembly. Phase 5 awaits. I expect your best work.
Okay. That I can cope. That I can deal with. Alright. Let's go back to Rotterdam. My model looks like it's frame dropping. But just my model. Here's your doggos. Hey, hi. We have to stop and visit the good boys. The goodest boys. The goodest boys. Oh, there's Rika Reedman. Rainbow Snow. Cat and Bows. Julio has a purple slug. Waffles. Basic. So many of you are giving me ammunition. It's like you want me to go and murder things. I'm gonna try one thing. See if it eases the pressure on model animating. Oh wow. That did. Yeah, that completely erased the model lag. Weird. So if I use my model tracking directly through USB, it lags. But when I just use a Wi-Fi connection, it's like, oh, I'm good now. Well, that's bonkers. Okay, whatever. Year 9. Phase 5. Here we are. This is the new shit. This is the new hotness. Of course, what I really, really want is this. Them Mark 6 belts. Because I'm kind of capped getting stuff out of Mark 3 miners to 780 a minute. And that's slowing a whole bunch of things down. If I can actually get full effect out of miners at full 1,200 units per minute, that would help me so much. Hey, Kaz! It's a cutie! It's a cutie monkey girl. I was watching you last night. Cutie Queen. Go follow the Cutie Queen and Carrie Coyote. I'm lousy with other streamers today. That's good. That's good. I like having friends in here, people to talk to. So let's start with, we got to start with this because we need 2 basic essentials to get the Mark 6 belts and lifts, and it's these Trigon things and time crystals. But to unlock those and start making those, we need this one, which also has the first of the new parts in it, ready to go. Should probably dump a little bit of inventory. I've been trying to shore up a whole bunch of production lines. Mostly because when I switched up a lot of the old factories from Mark 2 miners to Mark 3, suddenly they have a whole bunch of, more material coming in, and they're, like, able to produce more, but that means that they need their actual, like, throughput capacity. The actual number of machines doing the work needs to be, maybe not doubled, but at least increased. We are still short on pipes. increased the production. Let's see if that gets caught up. In the meantime, we got a purple slug from a doggo. There we go. Oh, let's see. We have any fused frames? We do. 50, 100. Radio control units, 250. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, and cooling system. Full 500. Wow. Okay. 300, 400, 500. Okay, we should be able to send this up immediately, which is good because we need it to get started on tier 9/phase 5. I'm basically testing my system at this point to see if, in fact, it can handle enhanced streaming mode.
Milestone reached.
My
The
upload
converter
should more than
uses
be able to
strange
handle.
alien matter, abbreviated to SAM, to break down and transform materials at their most fundamental levels. I am sure even you can appreciate the power to manipulate atomic bonds.
I mean, yeah, at that
Most
point, you're basically
importantly,
God.
you are now able to locally create fixite, a highly adaptable synthetic metal, ideal for any kind of construction. It is everything we need to save the day, and perhaps its admirable qualities can inspire you.
What does that mean? You sometimes just say things and they make no sense. Oh, new space elevator part. There we go. An output, yeah, I have an output made. That power, it has power. So we're making the director systems, but we need to make these Trigon things. Okay. And we now have this fluffy new thing. Ah! Camera, what are you doing? Not as big as I expected it to be. Right, there's a new fuel type, isn't there? Sulfur tree. Right. I already had all the parts. It's already unlocked. I need to get some power for you. Now that I can actually make converters. The shiny new hotness. Can I get straight build mode? There we go. I don't know why I'm bothering. Nothing about me is straight, but it makes the pipes look good. So soon. Woo! Yeah, I sort of planned on today would be a chill stream. We're gonna chill, we're gonna work on this new phase. Today. That was sort of my plan today. Because I love the final phase. It's the new one. It's actually a lot of fun for me to do. Packaged ionized fuel. 80 per minute. How much does this recipe make? 200 a minute. Wow, okay, well, that's efficient. Can I get you cranked up to an input of 200 a minute? Yes, I can. By fully maxing out that package here. Okay. This, of course, is going to put a huge drag on this. But it is maxed out, so... How are we doing? We're stopped because we're full. Okay. I like it when things are stopped because they're full. That's actually a good thing. I'm gonna make a little hole in my floor here for a second. So, some news from this week. I released 2 more videos in my new series, Mad as Hell, over on my new politics channel. And I actually talk in the second one about my trans story. For me, it's important that I actually get a chance to tell people, it's like, hey, this is my story, because it helps other people that come along after, I feel like, to say, hey, yeah, there are people like me, and so it's like, here's my story. I made it. And honestly, I think people could use all of the positivity, even though it's hard right now at a time like this. My ingredients there. Packaged rocket fuel and dark matter crystals. I don't even... I'm not making dark matter crystals yet. Because I just got into this phase. But, hey, I can set this up and have it ready for when I am. Packaged rocket fuel. This... Now, I've done this all before when 1.0 dropped. I guess it's nice to see that not a lot has changed. So going to need an output here, because once again, there's an output product. But it's solid, which makes it hella easy to deal with. I'm not going to worry about that anymore, because I can't do anything without those dark matter crystals. Now let's go and take a look at our 7-floor factory. I'm going to show you a few things. A lot more buttons on that display, that's for sure. I love that view. I should show you what we'd started on the Iron Valley factory that was making electronics, but we didn't finish it last time. This is the roof. Those are all solar panels. Those are from the Refined Power mod. Power grid, producing about 120 gigawatts. Now, of course, when the twin suns of this binary star system are down during the night cycle, of course, these aren't really doing much, but fortunately, we're not reliant on solar alone. We also have hydropower, and we have geothermal, which works at night. We have a factory floor 2. And what happened as soon as I gave myself a second factory floor, but I immediately filled it up. With just tons and tons and tons of stuff getting made. Made a whole bunch of extra steel production, but did I not remember to hook it up to the regular steel? I'm a little absent-minded sometimes. That wouldn't surprise me, actually. See that empty floor? This empty floor. This is floor 5. Not a damn thing here, because this is going to be for quantum. AKA Phase 5, Tier 9. Huh? I'm ADHD, so I tend to get distracted a lot. The North Forest train has been hanging for a while. I'm sort of running into an issue where the train station is so full of trains that trains get delayed a lot. I'm starting to wonder if maybe I should switch it from path to block-based. That might solve the problem. Let's look at that here in just a minute. Actually, I'm on the wrong floor. I need to go up to 2. The logistics floor. I need to go to factory floor 1. You can actually see the pipes from the steel mill are like going at full blast. We are using so many pipes now. This is the steel output. I forgot. Oh no, that's the pipes output. But yeah, I did completely forget to link these lines together. So I had all of that extra steel production and I wasn't even using it. I am a silly kitty. Voila! We are off to the races. Okay. So that's producing here. Let's start on this quantum nonsense. I've been banking up a whole bunch of reanimated SAM. I've got at least 3 sources. Mining it, reanimating it, and then it's just getting banked. Some of it was getting turned into fluctuators, but for the most part, it's mostly just been sitting there. Now's the part where it's actually going to get really used. All of this Mark 6 stuff that I can't actually make yet because I don't have trigons or time crystals. So the goal here is to make some. Okay. We're going to need 2 solids in, 1 solid out. Not a fluid out, 2 solid in, 1 out. Turn around the other way. Come on, finish uploading. I've got the upload now completely maxed out. I've managed to collect enough Mercer spheres. So that's literally just the uploader trying to keep up. Time crystals and fixite ingots. We're starting with the fixite ingots. What are these things? And of course they made them orange, like the Fix-It logo, because of course they did. The self-centered idiots. Fixite. Interesting. 24 to 1, 10 per minute. 4 to 1, 15 per minute. 4 to 1, 30 per minute. So, the more complex the ingot being used as a source, the more efficient the output. I guess that makes sense. I can tell you for a fact that there's spare of all 3 of those in the system. Mostly because I over-designed this thing. So what if we broke this into 3 distinct categories? Color code them so they're visually distinct for my brain's convenience. These 2 we're going to use iron ingots. These 2 will use deuterium ingots. And these 2 will use aluminum ingots. Because basically what we're doing is we're siphoning off a little bit of the excess of each of these. Because I built excess into the system. Let's call this... It's at the Rotterdam facility, so... Frot. Fix it. Whoop, wrong pole. Okay, and the second ingredient is always reanimated sand, so let's do that first. I think that makes sense. And it's all down on the first floor, so a little bit of elevator riding. I have done a couple of other things. There's now a new exclamation command. I haven't put it on the list yet, but if you do exclamation satisfactory, it'll show my mod list. As of last week. I've tried out a few new ones. I'm still, like, figuring out if I like them or not. By the way, how are the audio levels? Look at that. Look at the pipes. They're going basically belt speed. Alright. The animated Sam. There we go. I've just been mostly sitting on a whole bunch of reanimated Sam. There's a line making it locally to Rotterdam. There's one over there that you can actually see from there in the Rocky Desert. And it's coming in, it's like literally the top belt. Actually, while I'm down here, while I'm thinking about it, I wonder what's on this floor, though. The ingots. I'm gonna get the iron ingots. We need to go up to floor 6. Because I moved a whole bunch of the really basic material refining, like iron and copper, over to the 6th floor, because with Mark III miners, there's a whole bunch of new production available. So I made good use of it, you know? Audio's good. Excellent, excellent. And are there any, like, frame drops or frame stutters? On my end, it looks like my model is frame stuttering, but the rest of the stream is not. And I'm wondering if that's carrying over to y'all's end. Can you see that? Like I said, this is something of an experiment. Over here, these guys are doing ironing needs. And as you can see, it's running, but there's a whole bunch of capacity that's just not being used. Overloaded. Consider turning down video settings or using a faster encoding preset. My frame rate in Satisfactory is golden. I'm getting a full 60 FPS, which tells me it's an OBS thing. There was another update to OBS. I haven't had another memory overflow issue. Maybe it's time to go through and blow out my case again and get all the dust out. One floor down. Oh, that was autosave. Okay. Yeah, the model is... Okay, it's doing some frame drops. Gotcha. Alright. Now, we have fixite ingots. Now we need to turn them into something. 10 a minute, 10 a minute, that's 20. Plus another 30 is 50. 80. 110. Parts. Trigons. What's the conversion rate on this? 1 to 3. It takes 10 per minute. That's 11 constructors. Let's just take 12 and call it even. We'll have a little bit of extra capacity, but again, a little extra capacity is not a bad thing. Basically, my goal today is to be making time crystals and fixite trigons. Just at a very basic level, and see if we can get Mark 6 belts unlocked, and then I'm probably going to stop and go through and, like, update the miners everywhere. So that they're all mining like 1,200 a minute. Because right now they're stuck at 780 a minute. Need some power. These things have variable power usage, so I want to look and see, how's our power doing? We're still producing about 120 gigawatts. We're only consuming about 50, so we're doing good. But I'm pretty sure once I start bringing a whole bunch of this Tier 9 phase 5 stuff online, oh boy, is it gonna go crazy. Unfortunately, the mod for increased geothermal power is going to have an updated, but it uses some really high-end parts that we just aren't making yet. Well, there we go. We are now making fixite trigons. Why is this yellow? We're just not getting it. Well, that's a first problem. My part storage bin, it has an uploader built into it. It has begun! That's everything. Rygon. We've uploaded 25 so far. Wait a minute. I did it wrong. Who sees what I did wrong there? Oops. I was uploading paintings. Try that again. Triangles. It's the strongest shape. Let's get some of the other materials going. This one wants Caterium. Let's go down to the second floor. Model's no longer lagging. It has managed to unjam itself. At least I'm not seeing any frame drops. Frame drops? Frame drops. Caterium. It's the yellow ones. And as you can see, there's a whole bunch of them just chilling, because all those lines are full. So, let's use some. I know some people like to sit there and redirect all of the extra into an awesome sink and sync it so that they're constantly running. But, I mean, there was a period in my life where I was on the streets and homeless. I had nothing. And I very much have this wire in my brain that is like, waste nothing. Now, obviously, there are some things that in order to just keep the factory running, we have to send some things into the sink. But I try and keep waste, just general waste, down as much as possible. There's going to be enough things going into the sink to farm points. I definitely don't need to sit there and just keep machines running 100% of the time. That's wasteful on the power grid, honestly. So if they fill up, they fill up. I like it when they're sitting there full. Okay, that's material. Alright. Now this bad boy wants the aluminum. Luckily, we do have extra aluminum ingots. I way overbuilt the amount of aluminum ingots we're shipping over from the aluminum plant this time. Like, a lot. Like, 800 aluminum ingots a minute. Needless to say, we're not using all of that. I may have gone a little bit silly on that, but I could. Like, it's sort of the ultimate thing about this game. I did it because I could. I mean, look at that. That's the aluminum ingots. Sure, some are getting used, but we're nowhere near our capacity. So, let's use some. I'm gonna make fixed side from them. Concrete's getting used. Quartz crystal's getting used. This is that first factory we made in this series. This is North Forest. The second factory is the one we were at the beginning of this stream. Oh, look at that. The strange alien matter. Reanimated Sam. It's moving. And we are chewing EIBs faster than we're making them right now. I recently, like, right at the beginning of the stream, I was tuning up that factory. It went from like 96 a minute to 160 a minute. I pretty much doubled its production. But it's still not keeping up. That's the one out there in the Rocky Desert. I did say I would go and show you some of the work I've been doing, so I'm going to do that. But let's go upstairs one floor and see how our fixed site is doing. Two main goals. Fixed site trigons, time crystals. Yes, time crystals. And we're absolutely going to be playing the Time Warp. No, I'll probably get copyright strike. Not going to do that. But I might be singing it. Badly. I was a choir girl when I was little. No aluminum ingots. We are banking them. Okay. I think we're good on that one. Fixed site trigons, check. Let's go make some time crystals. The engines in that train are not rendering. Neither are the cars, it's just the boxes. That's probably view distance. View distance is kind of turned down right now. You know one thing we could do? I said just a few minutes ago, we can't start that one line because we don't have six-side trigons. Well, we just automated that. If only on a basic level. Not that one. That one wants the dark matter crystals. Yeah, this one. Let's automate this before we go anywhere. This is the space elevator part, and it takes 1,000, so... might as well get it started, right? Started. Assembly Director Systems. That one. Right there. Yeah, these are awesome sinks. That stuff's going into an awesome sink. Mismatch Mimic! Come in! And a hider. Okay, hang on. Done. It's a mismatch mimic. Let's put a parameters. The other part we needed was the trigons. So let's go get that. Welcome in, Mismatch Mimic. How the heck are you? What? Tuesdays I get started a little early. Pacific time I go, wow, the trans really are stacked up. Look at that. 3 of them. So much to do! There's just so much going on now with, so many factories up and running. Troubleshooting little issues. Yeah, they're just stacked up out there. Look at that. Mm-hmm. Ultimately, one of my goals is I want to create a transit hub. There's the hole I made. Yeah. Assembly Director Systems. Dragons. And there we go. We should make sure it's outputting. Or has somewhere to go. Might as well just punch a straight lift down to the floor. Because most of the space elevator ports, I just go directly outside the building. Look at the far end. Go to the space elevator and configure the splitter that... Oop, for some reason my stream was behind by a whole minute. Hi! No worries. I'm sort of experimenting a little this week with enhanced browsing mode. Oh. Everything is frame dropping. No dropped frames in OBS, but the whole system lagged out there for a second. This continues. I may just reboot the whole system. Oh, no. It's recovering. Oh. Exactly what's causing that? But, like I said, it's an experiment. I'm wondering if it's just Rotterdam. Biochemical sculptor. There we go. Being in that 7-floor mega factory, it might just be way the heck too much for it to sit there and have drawing at a given time. I wonder if that's what's going on. Now that I'm outside the building, it's like, whoop, everything's fine. 60 FPS. No struggling at all. Oh, we're getting back. Oh, that was an autosave. Never mind. Already got a belt here that is... Yeah, you can see that floor hole we made right over there. This used to be the thermal propulsion units in the last phase before it finished. Now we want to connect it to this. So let's go. Thinking. First batch. Off they go. We've got 2 of the 4 space elevator parts for Phase 5, Tier 9, automated. Ah, come on. Let's go up 1 floor. It seems to be behind a minute still after the refresh on my phone. Might be because of the experiment. Possibly. I'm wondering right now if it's actually just this factory. Because if you notice, the lighting is also lagging. Like, you can see the lighting, how it's barely keeping the light radius rendered in front of us as we're moving through the factory. Like, you can see it rendering as we go along. So maybe we just need to get out of this mega factory. Which is fine, because that's where we're going. We're getting out. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. This is the effect that all of the object culling behind us will unrender all of the stuff that we've left behind in the other area, and now it's just rendering this factory here. But it's within our local range of sight. This is what we built one of the 2 things we built last week. Add some elevators. This was the modular frames plant we built last week. How's it keeping up? Just fine. Doing just fine. All the modular frames for your modular frame needs. There were 2 things I wanted to do while I was here. So, you look at the map. If I'm right about it being that big factory, everything should catch up. I'm seeing good animation on my model. I'm still getting 60 FPS from the game. Yeah, I think that was the issue. It's just a really big, complex factory. See, the one issue with running heavily modded is the mods themselves consume memory. The moment I load up Satisfactory and it's like it's got my 30 mods, it's like that's immediately like 10 gigs of RAM immediately used. Now, fortunately, this system has like 48 gigs of RAM, mostly because I'm a video editor, and very often I'm doing 2K videos that are like 2+ hours long. So having that much RAM is essential. That I way over-designed this rig. It was designed with video editing in mind, so it's got like an 8-core CPU. Now that I'm away from the big factory, Satisfactory's memory usage has dropped to 6 gigs. The CPU is no longer pinned at 90. It's now down at about a 70% usage. Oh! Thanks for picking up your daily pedal. Total system memory usage is down to only used about half the system memory. Half the RAM. So yeah, I think that was it. It just seemed to be choking right around Rotterdam because there's so much going on at that facility. That one right there. 7 floors, nearly 1.5 kilometers long. It's a lot for it to render. This is North Forest. That's the one we built this no, not last week, the week before. You can actually see the North Forest train pulling out of the factory, and it's going to come this way with a fresh load. The engine's unrendered and then re-rendered. That's probably the longest train on the network. Well, one thing I wanted to do... God there, over here. I want to make another one of these towers. Put a radar thing on it. See more of what's out here in the desert. Mostly because later, refresh my phone. You left the factory and it still took a minute and a half, and I still saw the redeem screen. No, I actually want this sort of information, Mismatch Mimic. Because, I mean, otherwise, I need the feedback to try and troubleshoot. The only problem is this time I'm not seeing that. Like, I'm refreshing on my end, and I'm seeing a clean, crisp 60 FPS. Now, it's still down... You know, I think part of the problem is that it's actually down-resing to 1080p. Which is actually a problem, because everything is 2K native. Is it a little behind? Yeah. It does look like it's a little behind. Which is weird. So I have low latency mode set. I'm not sure if that's just OBS taking some time to get caught back up, which is entirely possible. Anyway, this is boring. Let's see if we... Let's give it a chance to get caught back up. In the meantime... I'm gonna make a tower. That'll do. How did we manage to not get that slug when we were here last week? Oh, not a save. Eat explosives. No toxic, yeah. Hey. Needs corroborating information from another viewer then. That may be. Yeah, I don't know. It's possible your end is lagged, but it like it could also be on my end. I don't know. Nexo, you still there? Yeah, I'm basically the idea is to see how enhanced browsing mode affects the system. So far it looks like it's putting a bit more load on the system, but that's fine. I was not even using a quarter of the system's capacity before. So definitely putting on more of a load. But the thing I don't like is the fact that it's downscaling everything to 1080p. Everything in my setup is 2K native. $2560 by 15, or $2560 by 1440. 2K. All of my layouts are in 4K. My model is at least 4K. Not 8K. There's absolutely no reason it should be downscaling it to 1080p, yet it is. I think that's a Twitch issue. Let's call this the RDS1. Red Desert. Frame Mill Tower. Are you seeing a lot of delay there, Nexu? Like, does it seem like it's, lagging pretty far behind there? I do have low latency mode set, but it appears to be at least about a minute behind. That's interesting. That's different. There does seem to be lag for me as well. Interesting. Interesting. How's the graphic quality? Not sure how much of that is Twitch. So yeah, Nexu is seeing it also. I'd say that's corroborating evidence. I'll take that as corroborated. I wonder how much of that is it sitting there insisting on downscaling everything to 1080p, because it has to do less processing to keep it at 2K. Because, again, it's 2K native. It has to do additional processing to mash it down to 1080p. Here. I need to wonder if I should just open a ticket with Twitch. Just like... Now I got you. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna put another floor on this. Oh, okay. Autosave. You can actually see another factory out there in the distance. Out there along the far shore of the Red Desert. That's the aluminum plant. Honestly, it hasn't. The aluminum plant hasn't changed a lot since the last time I did the aluminum plant on stream. Except, I scaled it up. How tall is this thing? Foundation. What if I made it a foundation or two taller? Answering. Gotcha. About a minute behind. Oh, and Twitch wants to run an ad break. You know what? Let's let it do that. Give it a little more time to catch up. And we will continue with building the Time Crystal Factory after these messages from, well, Twitch's sponsors. And I'm going to take a self-care break. Everybody, do some self-care. Get something to drink, get something to eat, cycle your fluids. Take your meds. Make sure you've taken your meds. I know I have. And we're going to take a 5-minute Twitch ad break. And we will return. Okay. Video itself seemed relatively okay. It's just like the stream doesn't want to get to us. Yeah, I'm wondering if that's a Twitch issue. 'Cause it's like, I don't exactly have control over that. It's like... Because, you know, Twitch does the redistribution of the packets after you send the data to them. So I am seeing what you're seeing. It's like, I'm sitting here refreshing, and it's like, I'm still on the BRB screen with 30 seconds to go. Which tells me that the stream is about 30 seconds behind. Which is weird, because I have low latency mode engaged. I don't know, is that unique to enhanced browsing, or is Twitch just behind? I don't know. I haven't used enhanced browsing mode before, except in tests. Like this one. But today I'm doing an actual live test. It's hard to replicate some things without actually doing a stream. Technical test. Also, we're making biochemical sculptures. Why are they not going to this elevator? We did that live on stream. This space elevator is saying 0 have arrived. I want to go and look at why. Unfortunately, the later in game we get into the end game we go, the more complicated things are, and the more there's a chance for things to break down. You can see the oil deposits down here. My general goal is to pump them up here on a new floor, turn them into diamonds, and convert them to time crystals. It's important to point out that it doesn't mean that they're crystals suspended in time. It's like, no, crystals that keep time. I have to add 2 more cars onto that station platform. What? 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 There was 1 ADS on the belt, blocking it. Less sign. Little issues, little problems. Little annoying problems. Have an ADS. Way Too Late TV! Hi, Sam! Hi, Mitha. How's it going? And I put a special emphasis on how's it going because you were in a bit of a health scare last I heard. How are you feeling? If you don't feel comfortable saying, it's okay. This is not the Spanish Inquisition. Not using that one. That one's no longer a thing. It's no longer a thing. Let's see what I want. Oh yeah, that is a damn near minute-and-a-half delay from when I hit that message to when it popped up on stream. Get your shit together. Twitch needs to get its shit together. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with that. We've been trying to figure that out. I'm trying out enhanced, streaming mode, which is the new Twitch, I am in the hospital right now, and I'm waiting getting my gallbladder removed. Gotcha. So, that is still pending. I hope you're at least holding in there okay. Yeah, I've got an, like, low latency mode on, but for whatever reason, the stream is like 30 seconds behind. And I don't know why. I'm not sure if it's related to enhanced browsing mode, or if it's like Twitch is just having trouble today. I couldn't tell you which it is, but yes, other chatters have reported the same thing, that Twitch is about... It's lagging about 30 seconds behind. So... Not super crazy about that. I could disable enhanced browsing mode, but I'd have to end the stream to do that. And while I'm at it, if I'm ending stream, I might as well restart OBS, and at that point I might as well restart the whole machine. I will only do that if I have to, because that will break the VOD into two. And honestly, I'd rather just... It's not broken, it's just lag. I'm kind of content to keep going for now. I just want to look at the VOD and see if it looks less pixely than before. I think part of it has to do with the fact that for some reason, enhanced browsing mode is downscaling. All my stuff is in, like, 2K native, and enhanced browsing mode downscales everything to 1080p, when it should be broadcasting at 2K. I don't know why. There was one thing I read on the internet that said you need to, like, if you don't see H.265 NVIDIA NVENC as an option, you need to, like, contact, you know, make a ticket with Twitch. Waiting on an MRI right now. Get vacated so I can use it. That is, and they will know the course of action after the results of the MRI. Got it. Well, much love to you. I know you're going to get better because you're at the place that is specifically for that. The hospital. You have done the best thing you could do. You went in. Well, what other news can I think of to bring you up to date? I already told you I put out the 2 new episodes of the Mad as Hell series. I'm pretty sure you already saw those. Trans XP TTRPG, our little trans TTRPG co-op. Episode 19 is Friday, and the first season of our Vampire the Masquerade series, it ends at 20, so yeah. Also, worth pointing out, 19 is my favorite episode, where my character gets to be absolutely... Is Switch even allowed 2K streaming? I thought it maxed out at 1080p. Okay, so officially 2K streaming is in beta. And myself and many other people all were like, oh, absolutely signing up for the beta. And then on the main page for, you know, your creator dashboard homepage, it was sitting there saying, it's like, you now have 2K streaming access. It's like, okay, but it doesn't seem to be in OBS. Now, I've talked to some other streamers who are actively streaming in 2K right now, and they're like, oh, well, there's this option that shows up in OBS for, like, supposedly, like, H.265 instead of 264, NVIDIA NVENC. But I've gotten different stories on that one. Other ones have said, well, I'm just using the normal NVIDIA NVENC 264. So I don't know, I've gotten mixed stories on that one. And I know my graphics card supports H.265 because I use it when I do direct recordings. Like, when I was filming the Mad as Hell episode, that was recorded using NVIDIA NVENC H.265. Actually, I thought it came out looking crisp as hell. So, now I just... It's all about Twitch supporting it. And right now, Twitch's support of it seems a bit spotty? Slapdash? Like, I don't have access to it, but other people do? I don't know. Supposedly, according to Twitch, all you have to do is turn on enhanced browsing. Or enhanced broadcasting. But when I do that, it downscales everything to 1080p. Now the elevator comes up here. Okay, particle accelerator. I'm just taking in fluid and putting out a solid product, so let's not use the blueprint for this. Let's just put down some particle accelerators. Going to do 4 for right now, because there are 4 oil deposits. Now, oil-based diamonds, 200 a minute. That means I'm actually going to be underclocking the oil production, because don't they do 240 as a default? Well, from pure node, anyway. Yeah, 265 is basically 264, but with better compression rate and all the bells and whistles. Exactly. And apparently there are some of the bells and whistles that Twitch is supposedly using in the new... Why am I trying to put a miner on an oil deposit? Track. Here we go. That they're supposedly using in this new 2K beta. And so all of Twitch's documentation says if you're going to do 2K, you need to turn enhanced browsing on. There's one more oil deposit. Ah, there it is. Lorp. Okay. But yeah, I've tested 265. I know my graphics card supports it because, again, I filmed those 2 most recent episodes of Mad as Hell in 265, but I thought it looked slick as hell. I made some other errors, but, well, I'm a perfectionist. Autosave. There we go. By the way, I was going to ask you, Way Too Late TV, is there a mode that you could use to get OBS to just record an audio MP3 instead of making it put just a single audio track into an MP4 package, get it to use an MP3 package? Because it's the same basic flesh, but I want it to not include an empty video track with nothing in it. I don't need the empty video track. This is for the secret TransXP TTRPG project, by the way. Let's use this corner post for this. I think that would make more sense. And do like, I think maybe... Yeah, horizontal to vertical. Yeah, I like that. And that makes putting pumps on this shit much easier and more elegant looking. Maybe even like one pipe per facing? No. Needs to not be on the facing, but is a floor. So 2 per facing side. That. AV1s is for NVIDIA 4 series cards and is even better. Yeah, I'm using a 3 series card. But honestly, the 3 series card does pretty much everything I need it to. And with pricing and money being what they are, I can't afford a new graphics card right now. I would love to get a 5 series card, but talk to the current presidential administration about taxes. I actually don't want to get into that. I don't believe there is a way to do that, Mithy. If you want just an audio, you can just use Audacity or something. Okay, the only issue with using Audacity is that it doesn't support the captioning plugin. Or rather, the captioning plugin isn't written for it. Why are we not... Okay. Let's just connect it over here. This power nipple will be for power to the extractors. And yeah, 240 a minute. I'd actually have to downclock them slightly, because they're only going to be piped into... The thing that's taking 200 a minute. I could make use of it, I suppose, but one thing at a time. Let's just do the 200 a minute for now. Slight underclocking. We can always expand later. There we go. 200 a minute. The question is, where do we want to put the pump? We're going to need some pump. Because we're going vertically up. Like, I don't know, 100 meters. Okay, this is what pumps are for. Oh, good. This pipe is full. This pipe is not. We know that these guys have, what, about 10 meters of head lift, just native? So let's start with a pipeline pump right here at the bottom. Right before we start going up the wall. And it'll pump 50 meters of head lift. And stop. So this pipe is mostly full. So we're gonna have to put a pump. Oh. Thank you, game. Just put it right the fuck there. Okay. I love it when it gives me a guide. It's so nice. That'll pump it up another 50 meters. And this pipe is full. Okay. There's my particle accelerators. I do not know where this stupid ass accent came from. Don't ask, I do not know. I do this. Okay. Dead dinosaur juice. Only about halfway up. So we need to do another pump. Another pump. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Another power nipple. The electrons must flow. Oh. Oops. Okay. What do we got? Only about 40 and a change meters up to about this point, which means that's probably enough pump to get all the way up here. Okay. Groovy smoothie. Windows out. And this is absolutely going to be the top of this factory. I am not building it up any higher, so... Judge of the Cold. Welcome in. Thank you for picking up your daily cuddle. And a stretch. All right, 1 second. Ooh. Oh, big stretch, big stretch. Hello, zo. Bork. Somebody's a good bork. Somebody's a good bork. Are you a good bork? Yes, you're a good bork. All bork are good. All borkers are good borkers. We are making time crystals today. Because we have just gotten this save into Phase 5, Tier 9. Which we start doing things that defy the laws of physics, like reorganizing the atomic structure of matter. I guess we were already sort of doing that with the particle accelerator, though. Just gonna point that out. Particle accelerators are a real thing. It just seems like in Crazy Space Future, we've got a, somewhat scaled down version, which is now on the mass production scale. Okay, so here's the Earth. Damn, that a fine Earth. Round! That's a very old name. I've dated myself now. I may have overthought this, ever so slightly. Actually a straight line? No. Go horizontal to vertical on that. That looks better. Me, good boy. I'm guessing that was directed at yourself as good boy? How am I? I'm pretty good. Got a couple of new videos put out this week. Oh, there we go. It's a nice smooth curve there. You know what I should probably do, actually? Quite make it, does it? What about that point? No, not quite. I'm just trying to make it look good, you know? What do you think, chat? The dinosaur juice must flow. Also because it's heavy carbon rich, and we're basically just putting it in the particle accelerator to mash it at very, very high pressure until it crystallizes into a uniform carbon lattice, aka a diamond. Makes me wonder what happens to all the hydrogen and nitrogen. But that's just the chemist in me. Overthinking, clearly. And there goes. We are starting to mash some carbon atoms. I'm back now, sorry. And Mitha, you get a kick out of this. Her name is Yuri. Excellent. Yuri mentioned. Yeah, I'm talking about me. Ah, very good, very good, very good. You are a good boy. You are a good worker. Good work. Good work. Now, what do I need to do to make a nice, pretty decent right-hand turn there? Right below that one to make it look nice and uniform, and bork. Lovely, 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 lovely jobblies. Now, we should have 200 a minute going into every single one of these. At least if I provided a damn recipe. This one doesn't have a recipe. I always wonder about the arcing. That can't be good for the equipment. Is it just not properly, like, grounded or have enough isolation? I don't know. Generally, arcing in electrical equipment is a bad thing. I love the sound it makes, though. It's like you're taking a cello. We are making the components we want. I suppose I can come back later and, like, turn these up to 100 and, like, maybe siphon off the last 40, 40, 40, 40. 3 times 4 is 160. It's not really enough to even put a fifth one on? Though I suppose I could underclock it. I don't know, it just sort of feels like a little too much effort. Good, mathematically I could, or I could just keep it underclocked slightly and just call it good, you know? Okay, we need some converters. One solid in, one solid out. Now the question then becomes, how many? Let me check my reference. Instead of using a full 240 times 4, which is 960, I'm actually doing about 200 times 4 for a total of 800. So... 13, 14 converters, maybe 16 if I decide to crank it all the way up. .3 4.6, roughly about 5 blueprints, you figure, right? Yeah. Is that lined up? Okay. Electrical power. Electrons must flow. The alignment there is a little bit wonky, so let's just do that. Pull in. Our first one. The production, it begins. Blueprint, auto connect mode. That line up. No, it does not. Wonky. That's okay, I can work with it. Play. There we go. Even the load. Why did it turn the blueprint around? Aligned? No. The alignment's a little wonky for whatever reason. But that's okay, I can work with it, I can get it realigned. I think that means that, particle accelerators are kind of a wonky size. Yeah, look at that. See, doesn't align on this end. A wonky size. We pumping. Rule of cool, arcing means it's a high power level. It's over 9,000! What? 9,000? If you overclock them enough, you might be able to hit about 9,000 peak megawatts. Don't know why you'd want to. But yes, I'm absolutely here for the rule of cool. Though sometimes the inner, like, repair tech in me is just like, but arcing, bad. Finger twitch. Well, everything's green. Looks like it's flowing. Producing more than we're actually utilizing because we need to put out one more blueprint. Fused modular frames is backing up. May have to go look at that. In the meantime, I have a feeling I know what's wrong with that. Let's put an uploader on it. That is backwards. We are now making the dying crystals. And they are uploading. I need to go make some tweaks back at the main factory at Rotterdam, because apparently fused frames are not getting made again. Kind of thinking at some point I'm just going to make a separate factory. Investigating the possibility of making a separate factory for fused modular frames that is independent from Rotterdam. I mean, you can see it in my notes in the upper right-hand corner. I wrote swamp, question mark? I think most of the materials are out there. The other potential place would be out at Blue Crater, which I think would be my preferred spot. The swamp's very out of the way. But that's what I'm thinking of as another side project. I think most of the materials are there in Blue Crater. There's both coal and oil. We're saying 2 particle accelerator. That's when the arcing kicks in. Exactly. Exactly, mismatch mimic. Now, we are making fused frames. It just really struggling to keep up. While I'm thinking about it, and now that the frame rate is tanking because we're back in Rotterdam. Oh boy. Yeah, the moment I... Oh! What happened? Test, test. I show we're back up. Test, test. I show we're back up. So, that was interesting. There was some kind of an NVIDIA NVENC encoding error. Now, anybody who knows me, or has been here for a while, knows that I simulstream Twitch. Oh, the delay is gone. Oh. Hot diggity darn. Interesting. Fun fact. I simulstream on Twitch and YouTube. YouTube did not go down. It was only Twitch that experienced the error. Funky. I'm starting to feel like this in is now live. Yeah, no. Welcome back, Stream Elements, I guess. Yeah, I never actually stopped Stream Elements. Thanks for catching back up. Okay, well, that was interesting. I'm starting to feel like this enhanced browsing mode is like, oh god, it's gonna make me do an ad break immediately. Okay. Good news, the stream delay is gone. Bad news, Twitch reset, which means I'm gonna have to run an ad break. The life of the... Why is there one power pole just sitting there? I wonder what I did there. Okay. Yeah, the game didn't go down. YouTube didn't go down. But Twitch went down. I don't know if that was on Twitch's end or mine. Okay. Well. Aw, many hugs. Many hearts. I'm going to run a quick Twitch ad break because Twitch thinks it's a new stream even though it's not. And we will be back after Twitch is satisfied in its thirst for blood. Okay. We have satisfied Twitch's thirst for blood. Now, the thing that I really wanted. The Mark 6 bits. Diamond crystals. Wow, that's sort of a whack number. Fine, fine, fine. Production line. Lygon. Aluminium sheets? 5,000. Oh, holy moly. 10,000 iron sheets? Oh, okay. Okay, we can handle this. Are there even 10,000 sheets in there? No! There's only 9,600 that can fit in an industrial-sized bin. Give me the whole bin. $9,600. Let's go upstairs to the third floor. I'm gonna need to pick up 5,000 aluminum sheets. I could pull them down from the uploader, but why when I can just walk over here and... Wow, we're actually out of aluminum casings. I said we were going to go look at the factory we were doing last time and see how it was looking. Let me do that. Okay, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 28, 30, 40, 42, 46, 48, 50. 500 all-clad aluminum sheets. Yep, there's the new load of aluminum coming in from the aluminum plant. Means we're going through the aluminum casings at a redonkulous rate, but I didn't see any massive sorts. There we go. 5,000 sheets. And iron sheet. I'm sorry, iron plate. We need 400 more. 200. 400. Finally.
Milestone reached. After close scrutiny, 2 problems were identified in Mark V conveyor belts. The first was the belt part, so force fields have been implemented in the Mark VI instead, to maximize transfer speeds. The second problem is inefficient pioneers, but sadly no remedy is available for this severe impediment. Yet.
Good lord. What does that mean? You're gonna get rid of the Pioneer now? Let's go on a show and tell tour. Because I kept saying we were going to do that, and then not doing it because I was so busy building factories. Again, like, Tier 9 and Phase 5 are my favorite part of this game. It's where you start dealing with all the impossibilium things, you know? The manipulation of atomic bombs. Is there much latency with the stream now that I was frotting about in Frotterdam? I don't think. You're making me want to load up my old file and skip straight to tier 9. I'm not yet there on any other save. Well, I mean, it's good to do it from a save file where... See, here's the thing. There's been a lot of things added. A lot. So it might be good to do a fresh playthrough. But, again, that's just sort of my suggestion. I would understand if you didn't want to muck with a new save, because it's like you've done those early tiers. It lags a little approaching the factory, but the stream isn't delaying. Okay, yeah. That was the wrong button. Oops. Okay, yeah. This is the one we were working on last week. Smelting Caterium. Smelting copper, turning copper into sheets. Iron, some basic iron products, and then we go up to the second floor. To get tier 7 on my most recent save, but need to make more power. Old save just finished a 25 plant nuclear setup. But you've got a lot of newfangled things to explore, especially like what version of the game were you playing? Were you in 1.0? Because we're now at 1.1, and there's a whole bunch of new things like those elevators there. So this is the assembler's floor, making computers and quick wire. Ripperonis. Some quick wire cable. Some AI limiters getting made. I made a new save for 1.0. That makes sense. That makes sense. Considering, like, there was so much that changed with 1.0. It's like the whole strange alien matter thing had completely changed. And the introduction of, the artifacts now actually being useful for something. Then we have another floor up, which is all manufacturers. Floor full of manufacturers. Where we are making high-speed connectors. Crystal oscillators. Hundreds of crystal oscillators a minute. Hundreds. Why? Well, as we get into Phase 5 and Tier 9, that will become very apparent. Is that something else in the distance? Yes, it is. We will go look. Let's go back to the railway station level. One moment as the quick save kicks off. I wonder how many of my setups will be broken because of changed recipes. 0! I can tell you that right now, because none of the recipes changed. No recipes changed between 1.0 and 1.1. Some recipes changed between update 8 and 1.0 because some things got removed from the game, and they did a whole hell of a lot of rebalancing. This is what I call the pasta kitchen. We are cooking up a fresh batch of nuclear pasta. This is where the nuclear pasta that's being uploaded to the space elevator is coming from. But, you know, that seems like an awfully huge train station for something that's just making nuclear pasta. I'm only using about a quarter of this platform. Yes, I'm planning on doing a whole bunch more with this. Most of my factories produce multiple products. This facility is going to have 3 major exports. Nuclear pasta, nuclear nobelisks, and power. Electrical power. Am I thinking of a 25 nuclear reactor setup? Not enough water. Just not enough water here for that. Well, I could easily do like an 8 or 9 reactor setup. The amount of water here. That's doable. But one of my things in this playthrough has always been I want to try and stick to green technology as much as possible. Now, nuclear is a green technology. Based on the definition that a green technology is something with a low carbon dioxide or even carbon monoxide output, basically low carbon footprint. Nuclear absolutely qualifies. The principal issue in real-world terms with nuclear is the waste, and let's be clear, a lot of technologies now exist to deal with the waste. It's just a lot of corporations do not want to deploy them. Ways to recycle spent fuel rods. Now, here in Fix-It Town, we have recipes to convert spent uranium into fissile plutonium. That existed in update 7.8.4. However, with 1.0, we can now take the spent plutonium rods and turn them into a new fuel rod called a Pixonium fuel rod, which has the interesting side effect of having no waste product when you burn it. You put it into a nuclear reactor, you burn it, and then it just sparkles away like fairies, leaving nothing behind but energy. Kind of convenient, but it puts a nice little, like, it crosses the T and dots the I on the nuclear. It means that all of the various nuclear materials can be used to make power and have no waste product. That's a lot of pasta? Not really, Mismatch Mimic. Those 6 particle accelerators making pasta are only making 3 pasta a minute. 3. Because you make a half a pasta a minute. There it is. A half a pasta minute times 6 is 3 a minute. But for the current objective, you need 1,000 nuclear pasta divided by 3 a minute. That's 333 minutes. Divide that by 60 minutes in an hour. 5 hours. Fun fact. Even once you're done uploading it to the space elevator, it gets used as a part later. So, don't get rid of your space elevator production lines, kids. So we're gonna need this baby flaps the roof. This nuclear pasta production, because we're gonna be making something else with it after we've finished with the whole space elevator thing. Isn't that just typical for so many industries? Yeah, no kidding. Companies do not like to change. They just want to, like, make profit in perpetuity and not have to make any changes. When, unfortunately, the truth is staying competitive in the market requires change. And a lot of companies hate doing that. And that's why companies find themselves behind the times, out of touch, because their stubborn refusal to keep up with changes in society. Nuclear reactor. What? Why is it floating? So, a quick rule of thumb for any nuclear setup. 1 uranium to 2 plutonium to 1 fixonium. Just as a general rule of thumb. Scale accordingly. And even then, like, with that sort of a setup, the uranium will not be running 100% of the time. So, really, it's sort of 0.5 to 2 to 1. So you could say it's like 1 to 4 to 2 sort of setup. This is a general rule of thumb. I think what I'm going to do is probably a 2 to 4 to 2. I've worked the math out for it. Now, is this something as impressive as a 25 reactor or even 50 reactor setup? Nah. This will seem like absolute child's play, but honestly, considering I'm bringing in so much more of my power through other low-carbon emission sources, this plant doesn't even need to be self-sustaining. I'm getting most of my power from other sources. But I do want to have a nuclear setup up and running for 2 main reasons. 1, Blizzard Doggo's bringing you nuclear waste. If anybody's been watching this show from the first season, this has been a thing. And apparently Blizzard Doggos can still drop nuclear waste. It's just a lot rarer. And so I like to have a bin that's marked Blizzard Doggo nuclear waste goes here. And then it immediately goes into the system and gets recycled. Reason 2. Nuclear nobelisks. One of the main components for nuclear nobelisks are the uranium cells, and there are only two things you do with encased uranium cells. One is nuclear fuel rods, uranium fuel rods, and the other one is nuclear nobelisks. At that point, you might as well have the two in the same factory. That's what I'm planning on doing. Some of those out of the way. Yep, I probably absolutely could do a 25 reactor setup, but it's just not here. It would need to be out on the ocean somewhere. And I would call it Project Sucking Up the Entire Ocean. Lots of seawater. So much seawater. There's a reason why most actual nuclear reactors are near the ocean, because then it's like they use all of that water to cool the reactor. Oh yeah, I made mine in the swamp next to the sea. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. And the other great thing about that spot is there's a uranium node right there. Near the sea. And pretty much all of the components you would need to run it. The nitrogen well is there. Plenty of sulfur. Yeah. Basically, just about all the components you'd need to make a big fuck-off nuclear plant is all there in the swamp. Just watch out for the horrid jumping spiders. Let me think. 2 to 4 to 2. 24 reactors set up. 6 to 12 to 6. 6 uranium, 12 plutonium, 6 fixonium. I think would probably be a very obtainable, doable setup. I would probably do it out there in the swamp, right on the water, so that, you know, you can suck the ocean up into those reactors and keep them cool all the time. Because they take like 240 water per reactor per minute. You'd also use a little bit of water in the making of the nitric acid and the sulfuric acid. But if you're smart, you can do that just by using wastewater components, which is exactly what I'm going to do here. I'll actually show you how I do that. You would just need to scale it up. From this, you need to increase the scale by about 3 times, which it's completely doable. Completely doable. I'm just not going to do that here because of limited water resources. You would think, being right next to a fucking waterfall, I wouldn't have this many issues with water resources, but that's grassy fields for you. We didn't finish that. It still hasn't finished creating fused frames. I'll go back and deal with that later. I'm trying to lose focus again. This is my ADHD, everybody. Point and laugh. This game takes my ADHD and plays. Why is that backwards? What's this? Point. We are pointing and laughing. Very good. Excellent. Okay, so on this one, let's do 4 manufacturers making... infused uranium cell. Save. There we go. Takes uranium, silica, sulfur, quickwire. Which I'm then going to direct all of those products into another manufacturer. Shiny new Mark 6 bell. Make the uranium fuel units. Magnetic control rods, crystal oscillators, and rotors. This is one of those recipes that changed between Update 8 and 1.0. Specifically the rotors part. It used to be crystal beacons, which has been removed from the game. But this guy is only going to run at about half clock speed. And I'm marking it green because yeah, actual uranium is not green. Actual uranium in real life is just metallic colored. But the sort of pop culture post-Simpsons era view of uranium is glowing red. Or glowing green. Honestly, that really only applies to like more radium? Sort of that color when it was fully radioactive and glowing. But not uranium. Anyway. I'm going to run that at about 50% capacity, and that's going to feed 3 fuel rods every 3 minutes. Not sure about my math on that. Anyway. Let's create a buffer zone here. One of the things that I tend to do in my factory design is have certain do not foul points. Where it's like, we do not build buildings or other structures in the way of this area because there are very specific logistics that need to go there. We need to get 3 main material, well, 2 main materials in and 1 material out. Water in, fuel rods in, and waste product out. Because a lot of logistics need to go in here, I'm going to create a do not foul line, which is about 6 foundations wide. I'm going to mark that off. It says, as in, we do not foul this area. This is for belt and pipe work. I did this same sort of thing back at the home factory at Rotterdam. Back when we were doing the initial setup. There we go. Or maybe it was just an excuse for me to draw a pride flag. Do I need an excuse, really, though? Smart. So many builds got stuff snaking around machines without that. Oh yeah, yeah, why not both? Exactly, Mismatch Mimic. Exactly. And it's like, I like to plan specific spaces for belt and pipe work. Very specific spaces. I'm going to do that again. This is a belt and pipe work foundation. And it's also useful for things like Pioneer walking room to get between machines and stuff. You know, navigation. Blenders. That's a liquid deuterium. I want that one. This one. Two fluids, two solids in, one fluid solid out. Is what that basically means. I'm marking these in cyan because essentially green is the uranium line, cyan is the plutonium line, and yellow is the fixonium line. We've now taken the output from uranium, and in these we are going to use fertile uranium, because in my opinion it's the most efficient way to do it. Now, you notice I'm not hooking anything up right now. It's just because I am generally laying everything out and figuring out where I'm going to put everything. Before I actually start hooking anything up. The next step is particle accelerators. These are two solids in, one solid out. Yeah. Oh, there we are, the fused frames again. Probably gonna need to come back to that later. Some fluid buffers would be nice right about here. One there. That one's going to be a water fuel. Water fuel. What am I saying? Kitty can talk good. That is a water fluid buffer, because these output water as a waste product, which we are going to immediately recycle. Immediately. These take in nitric and sulfuric. Sulfuric, nitric. A refinery to make the sulfuric. And a blender to make the nitric. Now the water's going to come from our wastewater, but we're going to need to bring in sulfur. As for nitric, the water's going to be wastewater. We're going to need to bring in nitrogen and some iron plates. Well, where are we going to get iron plates? Oh, wait. As part of the production of pasta over here, we have 4 belts bringing in iron and 4 bringing in copper. So, I'm pretty sure we could probably tap off that and make some iron plates. It's not like we need to make a lot of them. 10 per minute. Not bad at all. Now, final assembly of plutonium fuel rods is done in assemblers. So let's go like there and there-ish. Plutonium fuel units. In my opinion, one of the most efficient ways of doing that. Two of them are producing 1 a minute. But the thing is, plutonium, like a single rod, will burn for about 4 minutes. So we... Or 8, something like that. Plutonium fuel rods burn really heckin' slowly. So we don't really need as many of them. You know, 1 plutonium fuel rod per minute is more than enough. And we can't exactly do the Fixonium thing yet, can we? Well, we got the part. Fixonium. I need to build more particle accelerators for that. Okay. I'm going to need to fix that issue. What makes the fuel rod? A building we have not unlocked. Well, dookie. We need to go back. We need to do some more milestones. We don't have everything we need yet. I need to look into those fused frames. While we're here, I should probably show you what I've been doing with this facility. This is the EIB mill. We're making encased industrial beams here. I did tweak it. So that it was producing more, but I hit a wall because I had a limitation of 780 out of a miner per minute. Well, we now have Mark 6 belts. So we can solve the wall! Autosave. Look at it go. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. It's moving so quickly that it's an optical illusion. It looks like it's flowing backwards. It's just actually going forwards very, very quickly. I'm gonna need to go outside. Get under the factory, because... yeah, here's that last limestone line. I love curved belts and I cannot lie. Other pioneers can't deny. I just love riding these belts. Fun. Bonk. End of the line. That should cure one of the biggest bottlenecks in this factory. I may even be able to open up this last section of constructors now. Because they were turned off because I couldn't actually meet the need without 6 belts. Yeah. All full up now. It should help address shortages here. Oh yeah, those are full. It's moving so fast, it looks like it's flowing backwards. See, it's actually moving from right to left. Kind of hypnotizing, actually. The other one is this SAM line here. Look at that, chat. Look at that. Look at that. I deconstructed the old geothermal generator, but didn't reconstruct it. I'm a goober. Power is only about 800 gigawatts, but that's because, like, 40 is coming from the solar array on the roof, and it's night. Well, not quite full daylight. Twilight. So it's not giving full solar output right now. The thing about solar is the sun, it goes away. So you have to offset it with hydroelectric, geothermal. These are Mark IV. Yeah, this is the one place that, like, the Mark VI belts really shine. Is transporting raw, unprocessed resources at high rate of speed out of a miner that has been overclocked. Mark IV, since they're original, from back in Phase 3 when I built this factory. This factory's been around pretty much since the beginning of the game, back in Phase 3. I haven't had a reason to upgrade them until now. What's the refinement rate on this? 120 a minute means, well, basic math, it means 10 constructors. Oh. Yes. Welcome in. Queen of cuties? You know, I didn't notice that power line goes right through the building. Now that I see that, it bugs the crap out of me. Wait, I swear I already... Oh, daily pedaled? Oh. Okay, so the Twitch stream crashed about an hour ago. And Twitch disconnection protection did not save it. So the 1%... Yeah, Dexy just picked up first. Yep. All of that stuff resets at the end of a stream, and yeah, Twitch, as far as Twitch is concerned, it's a new stream, which means the VOD's going to be broken into an A and B, but it was only on Twitch. YouTube did not have a problem. So yeah, you can get a second daily pedal. And that's one I'm going to lay right at the feet of Twitch, honestly. Bluetooth. Blueprint attach mode. It's not working. Why it not working? These were laid out manually. That's why it's not attaching. Deconstruct the floor. Hello, Hypertube. How are you? Now let's try... Yeah, there we go. Blueprint attach mode works perfectly. Except for that power tower that clips through the floor. Staring at it. It's one it up first. It's Kitty's so cute. You're so cute. Why are you so heckin' cute, Kaz? Why are you so cute? The queen of the cuties. Where do I fix that power tower that's clipped through the floor? I'm going to think about this. In the meantime, Twitch would like a Twitch ad break. Be right a minute. I'm going to get up and get a drink. Well, Twitch runs an ad, and I'm going to think about how I'm going to fix this so that this power tower and clip through the floor. It's gonna bug me. Right back, sec. And render. There. Okay. Which has been appeased. And I found something out. I built this back in phase 3. I built a new power tower slightly over a bit, so it was no longer clipping through the floor here. Made sure to reconnect it on the other side, then deconstructed the old one. Reconnected all the things that it looked like it was connected to, and then I realized something. Oh! That was the primary connection point for the power for this factory. Okay, well. Good to know that, I guess. Let's put in priority power switch right about here-ish. We're going to call this the EIB mill. Connect to the rest of the factory, though. It's like everything inside is dark now. Everything outside is fine except for that, which appears to be powered right off the inside power. That's a decision I made. Interesting. These are all down. But those come off the main power pole, so those outside are fine. Okay. But all these are down. But those are on the internal power grid. Okay, so first of all, let's take these off the internal power grid. This is me cleaning up my own work, essentially. Like, don't get me wrong, it's a good factory. I question some of my decisions, you know? Okay, this one is sort of... There's not really a good... Piggy! Piggy! What? Tigers are predators. Leaves hog remains at your doorstep. Bacon? Bacon, 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 bacon. Pigs in a blanket. Prime like bacon. I want to hook this up. That's the question that I'm sitting here racking my brain trying to figure out. Let's create a new master bus wall here. No, 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 no. Main electrical power bus. Oh, wow. That's internally connected to everything. A sea of green as far as the eye can see. Interesting. Okay. Well, the answer was simpler than I thought. Constructors! Wow. Let's take the blueprint of 5, and we're gonna lay 2 of them down. I should leave a walkway. Oh. That clips right outside through the wall. I suppose I could go another foundation over, you know? Would be too hard. I have to move my master power bus nipple, but that's not too hard. It'll kill everything for a second. The master nipple. You know what? I hate that phrasing. I hate that phrasing. I'm never using that phrasing again. I hate that phrasing. Blech. I'm the one that said it. It sounds like bleh. I suppose if it was a BDSM nipple, then it'd be fine, but it's like... Even just using it in the context of electronics, I'm just like, bleh. Sounds bad. Don't like it. Don't like it. Did I put that too close, chat? Yes. Yes, I did. This is a reanimated SAM line, so... Get everything out of my inventory first. Merge. Merge. And then one more. Woo! Ah, there we go. And no sooner when it was definitely needed, because, oh boy, that bin is nearly empty. Well, good thing we've got the production back up and running. And speaking of production, where's the EIB bin? Oh, it's over there. Because we found a whole bunch of Mark IV belts and replaced them. So, encased industrial beams into the bin. Distracted toying with this factory now, didn't I? What was I working on? Oh, right. I needed to focus on milestones. Or at least get to the milestone where we get the one new machine we don't have. Or... Rotterdam. Time for fraud. At least that bin's not empty. That's a good sign. Pipes are still moving. Hasn't really caught up, but it's moving. Oh, well, I won't judge you. Carry on. New geothermal generator. Ah, there we go. That's the new machine we need. And the one thing we need to make absolutely anything else this tier. Let's see. Time crystals. Trigons. Turbo motors. Oh, geez. 200. 5, 10, 15, 20. Okay. Supercomputers. 400. Wow. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40.
Milestone reached. This is not a competition, but other pioneers, such as 83CKY and U531355, had already completed project assembly by this point. Fix-It was obviously wrong about you, but perhaps so was I. Regardless, you have finally unlocked the quantum encoder, which requires vast fluctuating power and excited photonic matter to produce highly complex parts. Do not make the same mistakes managing the resulting dark matter residue as you did other byproducts. Project part number 11, the AI expansion server, is now your highest priority. Galaxy-wide project management is taxing to even the most advanced among us, especially those who have to manage the less advanced. Like kittens and puppies, who are definitely still waiting for you to save them.
What was the point of that? It's like, once again, you resort to going back to corporate mumbo speak. Okay, so two other pioneers who maybe exist? The problem is Ada lies. So it's like, okay, let's assume for a fact she's not lying, and there are two other pioneers that have already finished Project Assembly. And it's like, okay, so they've already saved Earth? So what the hell am I doing? Which begs the question, it's like, is the whole saving Earth thing just fiction? Something to try and motivate the pioneer? Is it a lie? Ada is just negging you at this point. Oh, yeah. And she's been negging us the whole game. And I'm picking apart her, her statements and pointing out why they're probably all lies. It's goes back to one of my core sayings in the series, Ada lies. Could be they're harvesting multiple planets. I mean, it's capitalism, so that would make sense. Yeah. Heavy modular frames. See, the thing is, those are all the same product chain. So I'm thinking that an external factory that is making that product chain would probably deal with this part shortage of heavy modular, like, EIBs are used to make heavy modular frames. Heavy modular frames are used to make fused modular frames. So, yeah, I'm thinking I'm gonna have to make an external factory that just makes those parts. And once again, swamp? Question mark? Blue crater? Question mark? I don't know. Let's see if we can go finish that converter line we started earlier. Why do they go to the low-res model? Oh!
Lumiraire.
Thank you for following, Lumi. I guess I should ask. It's like, is abbreviating it Lumi okay? Or you want me to just say Lumirea? It's up to you. You get to decide. Oh, welcome in. Thank you for following. Let's go see if we can finish that production line. That we clearly did not finish. I'm beginning to wonder if I'm only going to use like a quarter of this platform, I may just remove the rest of it. Just have an undersized top floor, you know? Oh yeah, look at that. Producing way more diamonds than this line can handle right now. So we definitely still need the additional production here. Blueprint. No, that's wrong. There. Ooh. Ari, welcome in. I was watching your stream last night. you doing? I hope you're doing well today. Part of the reason why I'm not super worried about taking full advantage of all of the oil deposits here is because I also have some underutilized oil deposits up here on the Spire Coast. 3 here, and like 1 way over here. Where I made you this exact same setup, you know? EP Princess! You are our EP Princess, yeah. Ooh! Ooh! Oh! Oh! Wow! Ooh! Is that Batson? Batgirl raid! Hope we don't mind if we hang around.
Let's underscore go underscore lemon.
Hi, Manil. Hi, Batsis. How you doing, Batsis? Okay, so, well, let me do my intro. Hi, I'm MithaVT. I'm a druid tigress, Visona. I'm a furry that runs the internet. I'm a variety streamer who loves retro games, tabletop RPGs, and indie games. I'm a video editor, and I'm all about making this an unapologetically trans and queer safe space and queer and trans punk content. So, make yourselves at home. Pull up a patch of the flower garden, and, you know, we're having a sort of a chill stream today. We're playing Satisfactory. What were you playing? I played a great puzzle game today. I saw a little bit of it, because it's sort of... I had you on a another screen while I've been streaming, just sort of... I didn't get to see too much about it. Tell me a little about it? Bit of lace. Oh, heck yeah. Hello, Queen Veronica. Let's see. Welcome in. Stern Current CE, a bit of lace. Queen Veronica, welcome in. Genichiro. XO Vetalina, welcome in. Hopefully Human. Bar ZK, welcome in. Hey, everybody. It's been sort of an eventful stream. We actually had Twitch crash a little bit ago. Well, okay, it was about an hour and a half ago. But it's not like I'm planning on raiding out soon. I'm gonna keep going for at least another hour and a half. It was really cool gravity shifting puzzle game where landscape repeats itself everywhere. Ooh. I just saw there was the name Manifold in it. And I was just like, oh, I know the name Manifold. Or at least I recognize the term. Who are you? Oh, it's a hot day. It's a hot day here on the West Coast. I've been testing out enhanced broadcast mode. And that seemed to cause some issues in the first half of the stream that caused Twitch to actually, like, crash. So that was a bit interesting, but it's like, came right back up immediately afterwards. It was some weird latency, like the stream was like a full 40-second delayed, and then after the crash, it was fine. Which was bizarre. Like, I didn't make any changes to my setup. Everything was... Oh, autosave. All the configurations are the same. So the one other thing we need to do here... Okay, so we're in my favorite Manifold Garden. I'm gonna have to look that up later. Well, I hope you had fun, and if you need to do some self-care, we are very big on self-care in this house. So if you need to do some self-care, please do the self-care you need to afterwards. And thank you for trusting me with your community, Bat Sis. So, we just got into my favorite part of the game. Phase 5, Pier 9. We're getting into sort of the latter half of the game, and we're creating two new very basic parts, which are time crystals. Crystals that don't hold time, but actually just keep time. As in, they help devices keep time, like in a clock. If that makes more sense. Anyway, and something called trigons, which were literally just little triangle doohickeys. I don't know, it's weird. But we've been making these new parts, and now I just need to get them shipped back to our home base factory without clipping through this power tower. There we go. I need to fix this. I got voice lessons, so I'm gonna lurk. Hope you have a good stream. Well, thank you, and yeah, go have a good voice lesson. I hope it goes well. We have our OSHA compliant safety railing is actually getting in the way, so let's pull that out. We'll put a new one back in as soon as we have something for it to sit on. Hi. Hi. Mine. Every once in a while, a tiger has to pounce. There. OSHA compliant safety railing. Yeah. I think the colors, yeah, the colors are different. Let's see. Load, yes. Load, yes. Now we need a way to actually put stuff into it. So, I have a blueprint for this. Dead simple modular load balancer output. Oh! We just had a train crash. Where did it happen? Oh, it was back at Rotterdam. Okay. We have a train collision. Okay, need to deal with that. The system is choking because I'm changing areas very rapidly, and it has to completely offload all the textures behind me and load the ones ahead of me. Here, this will give it a minute to load. As we listen to the elevator music. Okay. Take a look around. What happened? We need to find the drivers, and we need to make sure that they all get piss tested. See if anyone was drinking on the job. That's standard railroad policy, right? Oh, wow. What a mess. Okay. And we've got... oh, thank you for following, Queen Veronica.
Queen Veronica 327.
Thank you for the follow. It looks like... the purple train was on the main line, and this green train attempted to pull onto the main line while the purple train was already on it. Just from a quick inspection of the wreckage. First things first, pull back into your station. Sorry, we're gonna have to play railroad engineer here for a bit because apparently the auto systems... oh. Failed to do so. Okay. I'm gonna pull you back into your station. So that this other guy can pull out. Because he was waiting on the main line to clear. There was something I talked about earlier in the stream about maybe switching this over to block-based control instead of path-based control, because it was taking forever to get trains through. Well, I think now would be a good time for that. Let's use some block-based control, because it's starting to look like the game is having trouble with path-based, because it should not have attempted to allow two trains to occupy the same space at the same time using path-based block control. It tells me something's wrong with path-based... words! Path-based block control. So... let's try switching it over to block-based. Which, fun fact, is how actual trains work. They go based off block. Yep. Honk all you like. You've got an error signal. You're not going anywhere. Milestone exchange concluded. Alright. Wrong direction. Other way. Error signal. Okay, we still have an error signal. Signal loops into itself. Generally, that means you want to put in more signals. Yep, that was exactly it. Means this three-way interchange is now its own block. Okay. But it shows the block is occupied. Ah, by that pink color train. Off it goes. You're actually a little beyond your block space there. Get back into your block. There we go. And... oh. Okay. What about you? Well, this is actually a good thing, I think, because they're actually respecting each other's blocks. Which will at least prevent another wreck. Alright. Okay, orange is gonna go now. And then as soon as the block is clear... red wanted to go, but somebody beat it to the punch. Wow, a lot of them were just stacked up. They're all just waiting to go. Railroad management. Okay, let's subdivide this a little more. Yeah, somebody else is coming. Yep, that's clear. I want the junction to be its own block. Well, you could probably fit a full train in that block, honestly. Yeah, you can pull up now. Little blue train. RDSPI box. Site train. It's not even stopping here. It's a through train. I keep thinking maybe I should do a line that goes around the factory, because that would allow the bypass trains to go on their own, but I've just sort of never gotten around to it. There's like maybe only 1 or 2 trains that are actually bypass trains, so it's like, does it really... would it really be worth the effort? I don't know. Alright, so the trains that wrecked. This was one of them. Off it goes. This was the other one. Turn its auto system back on. And we should be good to go. Off goes the green train back to the aluminum mill. I'm going to put a couple of other signals in. Sort of divvy up some of the big blocks here. I'm a little disappointed that the path system is not working. That is, less than ideal. The train I was waiting for back at... the station I was working on. I was wondering what happened to that train. It was on the ground. Other side of the track, please. Fine, that'll do. That's the Iron Valley train, bringing in shipments of electronics from grassy fields. This is the one that I need right now, because that is where we're going to unload those time crystals we were just working on. Oh, what issue were you having with paths? Okay, so we were working on the time crystal factory, and then we got an alert saying 2 trains had collided. We came over here, we're back at Rotterdam, up on the train station floor. This is a central distribution hub, and so a whole bunch of trains stop here. The outer ring was under path control. And yet it allowed 2 trains to occupy the same block, and they collided. So that tells me path control is a little not worky? Having issues? Little buggy? So I switched everything to a block-based system. And I'm sort of watching it to make sure everything's working, and, well, everything seems to be working fine now. Here's the North Forest train, bringing in basic components. The longest train in the system. Yeah, the pink train had collided with the green train. It looked like pink was already in the already in the block on the main line, and the green train had pulled out and hit it, while the block was under path control, and everything was using the auto system. So, yeah. Those are some big trains. Oh, this is nothing. This is nothing. The way I originally was running it was like a 20-30 car world train that went around the whole world and hit a whole bunch of stops along the way. The reason I broke it into smaller trains was because it just got to be too much. Like a 20-30 car station at like 15 different points around the world was just way too much. So I started breaking it into smaller trains. This one is what, 9 cars, and it's the longest one on the system. Yeah, 9 cars, and I have... There's always 1 power unit in the front, and then I've got some helpers on the rear. Because, like, a 9-car train is a bit meaty and needs a little bit of helper. Autosave. There we go. get to go for a train ride. Yeah. Whoop. We just went right through a bean. Get up here. We're hundreds of meters off the ground. How did the bean get up here? Yeah, I really only have issues with path signaling in really complicated blocks with like 10 or more different switches. With 10 or more different trains being present at a time, it starts to like get overloaded. That's why I switched it to block signaling. Comfy. Yeah. How did a bean even get up there? Yeah, I don't know. It's hundreds of feet up. It shouldn't have gotten up there, but it was. I was afraid for a second we were gonna hit it. Then I remembered, oh, wait, no collision. Okay. And this will be the products that we just finished. Wrong tool. Hello. Oh, wow. You used up all of those modular frames? 2 carloads? Holy moly. Well, I am mass-producing modular frames, or, heavy modular frames, and they are a core component, so I guess that makes sense. Maybe if you broke it into multiple smaller path blocks, it'd be more reliable. Not a bad idea. Maybe just like one half on one path block and the other half on a different path block. I could see that working. I'd have to try it out. But let's finish what we came over here for and get time crystals shipping. That bin is starting to fill up. And we're gonna need those time crystals back at Rotterdam. There we go. Train platform is loading. I don't really have any plans for the rest of this space, so I'm sort of wondering what I'm going to do with the rest of it. Apparently chewing through limestone fast enough that it's capped to belt speed. This one is looking less capped. I built this factory last week when we ran out of modular frames while doing a build. There's the input for that line. Hello. Hello there.
Hello, Gordon.
Yeah, you already fixed it. Just having a think. You're good, you're good, you're good. Your thoughts are welcome. Where now it's like late enough in this save that it's like additional thoughts are always welcome, because clearly sometimes my thoughts are not always enough. Otherwise I wouldn't get into some of these problems now, would I? Bloop. I could probably scale this factory up even more now that I can actually get the full 1,200 out of these miners. But one mega project at a time. This was already a pretty big factory at the time. It's making 100 modular frames a minute. Oh, right. That's what I was going upstairs for. I wanted to check and make sure that I updated the belts on the bin. I think at the time I hadn't unlocked the Mark 6 belts. Yes, that is exactly what happened. And my inventory is now starting to fill up with aluminum sheets. I should probably finish putting a wall around this and a roof on it, but I'm a little more focused on the Phase 5 stuff. We could actually probably get started with quantum encoders now. Or we could go back to the nuclear plant. Or we could do an ad break, because Twitch wants an ad break. Alright. Let me know what you'd rather work on. More of Phase 5 Tier 9. We can go work on the nuclear plant. Let me know, chat. We're going to do a quick ad break, because Twitch would like its pound of flesh. Be right back. Do a little self-care. Get a drink. Get up. Walk around. Get a couple of steppies in. Use the bathroom. Make sure to take your meds. Be right back. All right. We'll get right back into it. So did we decide? Do we want to go work on nuclear? Or do we want to do some more phase 5? If chat doesn't make a decision, I will make a decision. Reloading up. No, barely. This plant doesn't produce much, but it's not like it's going to be the only one. Although trying to compare it against the modular frame factory that's producing 100 a minute is probably asking a bit much. Alright. Ah, the Cathedral of Belsenless. Nuclear, says Mitch Massman. Okay. Nuclear it is. We should have everything we need now. We don't have the parts for that. We don't have the parts for that. Although, put that one up as the current objective. I think one of those parts we're gonna need. But let's go put it together some more of the nuclear plant, because we've got all the buildings now. We just might be short a part. But that's okay. We can probably get most of it up and running. Boop. I have ADHD, so I need faster hypertubes. This is a hyper-modded game, after all. If you're interested, you can do !Satisfactory to get the full mod list. Some other commands that are available. !Discord will get you the Discord server for our little flower garden. Come on, finish loading. We just went halfway around the world. It's struggling to offload and load in textures. There you go. Yep. Oh, it was so long it had to break it into 2 posts. Wait a minute. It didn't finish. Okay. I gotta look at this for a second. Yeah. The list did not finish. I need to fix that. There you go. That's the rest of the list that it did not post. Okay. I have to look at this. Hang on a sec. Yes, I know, professional streamer, I'm doing this on stream, but it's like, if I don't fix it, it's gonna bother me. I advertised the command, and then it didn't post. It ran out of characters. There was a character limit. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna have to work on that later. I need to find a way to make the list smaller. It's hard to do with 30 different mods. I could drop the names of the artist off, I guess? Just keep the name? I hate doing that because I like having, like, proper attribution for the creator of the mod, but... Line limits is a thing. Alright, there's our fluffy new machine. And it's part of the Fixonium chain, so it gets marked yellow. Fixonium fuel rod. Fixonium, electromagnetic control rod, trigons, and excited photonic matter. Get some converters in here. Excited photonic matter. 2 of these doing dark matter residue. All of that is gaseous, so we're going to take these off. Excited, and the other ones were residue. Okay, so let's mark those accordingly. We needed some particle accelerators, I recall. Good from the blueprint. There we go. I have the blueprint for a reason. And this is part of the plutonium chain. I'm going to mark it in cyan. The recipe they're going to be using is the instant plutonium cell. There we go. These will feed into this. The encased plutonium cells combine with a pressure conversion cube and create plutonium fuel rods, which will then go into those babies, which will then have plutonium as waste as a byproduct, which gets turned into fixonium in particle accelerator. How do I want to do this? I could put the butt end straight in, but that would look messy. I don't want to do that. Maybe line it up with the other ones? Looks at least neater. Put 2 of them down. Okay. These are part of the Fixonium chain. And we are going to make plutonium. And the nice thing about this recipe is that it generally keeps ahead of the amount of plutonium waste that this setup generates. You know what I didn't do, though? Brainwave. Let's put in a walking pathway here. For Pioneer and belts. Logistics, that sort of thing. And then not foul that here with the encoder. Voila! And then it outputs right into the belt logistics area. And then can feed right into these two bad boys. Which, if I'm not mistaken... 2.5 a minute. Yeah. A Pixonium fuel rod burns about 1 per minute, which means these two, it's about 2 per minute. And this is producing 2.5 per minute, so it's more than enough capacity. But it's going to have a byproduct, which is the dark matter residue, but not a lot. 20 per minute is easily manageable. There's a couple of ways we could do it. We could plug that back in so that it's recycled, or we could just capture it all and sink it. Fun fact. Dark matter crystals are actually really good in the awesome sink. They're worth a lot of points. Yoink. Right down the awesome sink. Great way to sit there and flush dark matter residue. Well. Have this be a walking and logistics pipework area. Have it meet with this one. That's workable. I can work with that. Gonna need some bins. Okay, you're gonna be a backup bin for plutonium waste if it decides to start backing up. We should do one for the uranium waste as well. And that will double as our, hey, if a lizard doggo gives you nuclear waste, put it in this bin. Yeah, no, that's in the middle of our do not foul area. Put it right there. Sort of the general layout I'm thinking of. You get the sort of general idea. Also, while I'm thinking about it, while I'm laying out generally where everything's gonna sit, let's put down 4 manufacturers. we really need two different walkways right next to each other. That gives me a little more room to work with. No. Gross. Don't like it. Don't like it. Don't like the clipping. These manufacturers will be making nuclear nobelisks. Now, what else can I think of that we're gonna need to lay out? I'm gonna need to make some iron sheets. That's right. Got lots of incoming iron ore. It was like, what, 30 a minute? Oh, 10 a minute. Wow. One constructor. Let's pull it back from the walkway a little. One tiny little constructor. It's like, okay, iron plates. Output's 20 a minute. It'll run at literally 50% clock speed. Need a smelter feeding it. Again, at like probably 50% clock speed. Yeah. 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 What else am I thinking? We're going to probably bring in some raw sulfur to feed the sulfur. Both in the infused uranium cells and the sulfur refinery. We're going to need some quartz to make the silica, and we're going to need to make the quick wire. Well, it just so happens that this belt stack that brought in 4 miners worth of iron and a miner worth of copper. Also, there is a caterium belt. So, we just need to turn caterium into quickwire, which is not hard to do. However, nuclear nobelisks, we haven't unlocked them yet. Oh, nut bunnies. I have to go by memory. I want to say it takes AI limiters. AI limiters are quickwire and aluminum sheets. Luckily, I have a giant production line making copper, so I could probably easily make the copper sheets. And the caterium is literally all I need to make the quick wire. How much would I need to make per minute? That's the question. Let's figure that out. 75 times 4. Plus whatever's used for the AI limiters. 75 times 4 plus... Oof. Okay. To the wiki! I'm gonna have to look this up. It's gonna bug me if I don't. Nuclear Nobelisk. Not called Nuclear Nobelisk, it's called Nuke Nobelisk. Fix AI limiters. 3 per minute. Okay. Math. Limiter. But it's 3 times 4. Yeah, 100 each. So 3 times 4, that's 12 per minute. Times 100. 700 quick wire a minute. Okay. Easily doable. But we have an incoming belt of 480 Kateria. We'll have to do this kind of optimally. Not too bad. Okay. I have a giant production line making copper. I have a giant production line making copper. 90 per minute. Okay. 700 divided by... I just looked at it. What was it? What did it say? I have a flighty brain. 90 per minute. Eight. Okay. Fine. Blueprints. Assemblers. 8. Actually, no, let's color... Yellow is Fixonium. Let's use the actual Katerium to color code these. And then the recipe is going to be fused quickwire. So now I just need some smelters to smelt enough ingots. So 7.5 times 8. 60. Helium ingots. Most basic recipe. 50 a minute, 15 a minute. 60 divided by 15, 4. 4 smelters will do. I don't even have a blueprint that small. So obviously I'm going to have way more capacity than I need. I have 480 coming in. What was it, 12? I have the memory of a... Yeah, 45. Memory of a sparrow. 10. We'll just fully utilize the line. Why the heck not? We can. Smelters. Whoop! Stern currency. Welcome in. Why don't I just take 2 rows of 6 and just call that 12? It's really all I need. Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. I hope you're enjoying this trip down math. I will understand if you say, math. Sorry. This game kind of is a little math heavy. Blah, math. Build factory. Less math. This will be a major channel way for belts and pipe work. This will smelt caterium. Now, what else do I need? I think I need to make the silica from the rock quartz that we're going to bring in. Yeah. Do we have any limestone nearby? I do. Right next to me. Oh, hello. So I could use cheap silica as a recipe. I could look up how much I need, which is 15 per minute times 4. Or I could just fully utilize what I have available. I have gonna have two 480 lines coming in, so silica. Cheap silica. $15, $30, $45, $60. 2 assemblers will more than do me. 2. So that's nowhere near the total amount we have available. 480 divided by 37.5 is 12. Assemblers! So let's just plonk down a set of 8 assemblers. Oh, is that too close? Is that clipping? Yeah, a wee little bit. Let's move that. The factory must grow! Okay. So these bad boy bitches over here, we'll mark them in pink. A mist. Will be silica. And we'll use the cheap silica recipe. Because why not? We have all of the materials here. Is it gonna 100% utilize it? No! Do we need to? Nah. Hashtag shrug. So what do we need here? Nuclear plant needs sulfur, quartz, nitrogen, SAM, water, lots, oh, of course it needs uranium. Okay. Let's start working on that checklist then. Yeah, no problem. Have been chilling and lurking in the background for a bit. Well, thank you for following and welcome in. I hope you're enjoying. This is very much a chill stream today. When I do something like Pounce! Don't run away from the tiger when she's chasing you. You'll just die tired. Oops. I left something hanging in midair. Oops. What was I thinking? Bounce! Oh, right, I made myself a checklist. Well, time to go hunter-gatherer mode. And head off into the outback of... I forget. What do they call this part of the forest again? Was this the Coin Tree Forest? I forget what they call this area. The official community name. I'd have to go look it up. Spoodler. Wowie. Why wowie? Why wowie? I taught a poodler. I hear a poodler. I taught a poodler. Where'd it go? Hear it. There it is. Big sucker. How is it immune to explosives? Nothing should be immune to explosives. As the sudden violence, it took me by surprise, that's all. Oh, sorry. Yes, this is generally the chill stream, because most of the time, I'm just chill and building factories. But when I go hunter-gatherer mode, every once in a while I need to... Quartz. This is one of the things I need. Remember there being a quartz node here, but... I shall put a miner upon it. Okay, that's one of the things I needed. This is generally a very chill stream, because most of the time I'm just building factory, but every once in a while, the cat needs to go pound something to establish dominance. Thought I heard something. Shroom. Oh. Oh! It's one of you. It's a little baby bean. I like the baby beans. The baby beans are cute. Ooh. Ooh. Rip in pieces, wildlife. Yeah. I mean, Tigress is a carnivore. Tigress is a... The Tigress is an apex predator. What is that? Is that a doggo? That's a doggo. That's a friend. Berry. Yeah, that's a friend. I see friend. But yeah, it's pretty comfy for the most part. Yeah, that's the goal. Satisfactory streams are pretty chill, except for the occasional anti-wildlife violence. Okay, buddy. I'm gonna leave you a treat. Sneak, 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 sneak. Oh! Oh, he ran away. Oh, hi! It's Baby Bean! Hi, Baby Bean! See, these guys are no harm. No harm at all. Hi! They're no threat. They're like the big beans, only smaller and a bit sneezier. Oh, and a friend wandered off. Well, geothermal generator. Oh, that's the times 100. We don't have 2 of those parts. A player is in the way. I'm gonna need to bring a power tower out here, I think. Because I also need to power the miners. Oddly cute! Yeah, they're actually kind of cute. They're a bit sneezy. They like to sneeze a lot. There we go. Snag onto the existing power line. Now, switch over to hover pack. I suppose I could also do, like, zipline mode, but I don't know. Too many trees. Oh. More quartz. Wow, I'm lousy with quartz. I just needed one. I have way more quartz than I need. I hear something ringing. Woo! Shiny! I'm gonna leave the hatchers alone. It's oddly not as fulfilling to hunt something that can't move. It's a good spot to put this. It's in the middle of a forest, so it's not super good on space for this. Well, we could put it on the shore then. Just have to come back every once in a while, make sure it doesn't sink a few inches every year. Baby bean! It's your baby bean! He's very colorful, unlike his big daddy siblings that are all drab and gray. Little baby bean. Hello, Mr. Baby Bean. He's standing on the geothermal generator. I think the geothermal generator is messing up his pathing. I'm sorry. Okay, he's free now. Very good. Baby! It's not baby. There he is. Here. Present. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. We'll be friends. That's right. Baby! Yay! Into my inventory you go. I have a place where I am keeping all the good boys. New co-worker required. New co-worker acquired. I have a mod that lets me pick them up and put them in my inventory and then put them down into our little, like... We have a little area where we are putting them. It was very cute. Come, I will show you. New coworker. We will take them to the new coworker orientation playpen. Oh, just noticed something. In the upper right-hand corner, we're done with pasta uploading. We should probably go and disconnect that from the space elevator. Because we're going to need to start banking that, because later we're going to turn it into something. It is a part. Excuse me while I cross the entire world in just a few minutes. ADHD brain. I cannot have slow hypertubes. I must have quick hypertubes. Ooh. Come on. It's offloading the old textures for grassy fields and loading them in here. Yes, very handy. It's the one called doggo transportation. And here we go. New coworker playpen. Hello, everybody. Hello. Rika Reedman. Gwen. Thanku. Silver Cat Boy. Chichuji. Ariato Bati. Voliovia. Waffles. Hi there. Gotta pet all of them. Okay. Everybody, we need to give this fellow a name. Any volunteers from chat? So we have a new doggo. A new doggo to name. I'm taking volunteers from the audience. It's really impressive, everything you build. I mean, thank you. I appreciate that. If you have any questions on how I do anything, let me know. Let's see. How about Gooby? Gooby. Or even Good Boy. He's a good boy. Gooby for short. It's Gooby. Not forget Rayari. And Kattenbose, who was sort of staring off into space, and Masami is being sort of a loner over here on one side. Hi, everybody. Oh, Rainbow Snow. Julio has something else. Basic. Okay. Yes, they have their own little play area. Now let's see. Oop, autosave. One floor down, please. We're gonna go over there to the space elevator. Space elevator. Woo! Yep, that's a full pasta line. Okay, so first things first. Disconnect. This will just shunt it into a side bin for holding. Now, it's coming from the 3rd floor, because it's coming in off the train line, which is on the 4th floor, and the 3rd floor is a freight depot for the trains. So, what we might want to do is just sort of hold it there in a bin. I think there's already a bin there. That's pretty cute. You can pet the doggos in this game, therefore this game passes the simple challenge of being able to pet the dog. So I have a special area just for petting the dogs. The like shrimp dogs. There we go. All the pasta in one place. Now we're gonna hold it there until we actually get far enough into Tier 9 Phase 5 that we actually start turning it into something. Just take all of those extra aluminum sheets and put them in a box. Probably going to wind up with a lot of those. Most everything here is made. At one point I went and very specifically went and upgraded all the belts to Mark V. Don't need this now. But there may be some additional parts later in Phase 5 we need to take down that way. I don't know. But main goal was to stop the pasta going down there, because it's full. It'd just back up. So we'll just have it stop at the bin and gather in the bin. That's what the bin's for. I think we're good there. At least until we unlock any additional space elevator parts. Which I don't think we have. I stand corrected. We have unlocked one. Number 3. That's right, Ada did mention that was our quote-unquote highest priority now, wasn't it? Alright, well, let's put it on the splitter at least. Okay. That is an authorized part. That means making it. So there's a thing about the way... Oh! Which wants to do an ad break? Quick ad break. Put it back! That's enough of that. Gonna go back into lurk mode now since it's 2 a.m. for me. You're across the pond. How are you not in bed? Sleep. Self-care. Sleep. Rest well. Self-care. Very important. We are very big on the self-care here. Okay, so we have this big open floor. Big open floor. In order to build this part, most quantum encoder recipes have a gas that goes in and a gas that comes out. Specifically, excited photonic matter goes in, dark matter residue comes out. Now, we need to generate the excited on one end. Dead easy, as it turns out. It has no part that goes into it. It's literally just energy. It's literally just conversion of energy from one form to another. And as Ada implied earlier, there is an output waste product that we need to deal with. But the thing is, we can't just flush it. It's actually needed. We need it to create those dark matter crystals. So, like working with the waste product from oil, the heavy oil residue, we need it to turn it into something. But we also need to be able to flush it when we have too much of it. But let's start with the basics. Excited photonic matter. We go back to it. I want to wish you a lovely rest of the day. You have a great EP. Have a good EP. I need to fix the Satisfactory command. I'm trying to figure out some way to trim down that mod list so that it's postable in a single post. I'm gonna put that on my to-do list. In the meantime, I wanted to get started on this while we were still in stream. So, production, quantum encoder. I want to make 4 quantum AI expansion servers, which is the third part, per minute. Why 4? That's basically exactly 1 quantum encoder. That's why. They produce 4 a minute. So the goal is to fully operable 1 quantum encoder making that part. However, to do that, we're going to need to feed it some other parts. AI expansion servers require a bunch of other things. Turn that audio down. Okay. Let's see. AI expansion server. Okay. Mag field generators we were already making. That's a previous phase 4 part. The excited photonic matter, I just put down the 2 converters to make that. So, check, check. We need to make 1 superposition oscillator and, no, not 1, 4 superposition oscillators a minute and 4 neural quantum processors for a minute. Those are made in the quantum encoder. So one of the things I did is I went and I plugged in basically 4 expansion servers per minute into the calculator and just like, okay, let's see what this cranks out. So I have one quantum encoder doing nothing but producing that. And it's like, okay, based on that, how many of these other things do I need? Let's slap down some of these bitches. According to the list, I'm going to need 5. 1. Oop. Autosave. 2, 3, 4, 5. And these bad bitches are all going to be making superposition oscillators. Two, I'm going to mark them orange, making the neural quantum processor. And I believe that covers us for what we need. I am going to slap down a few more, because there's one other part we haven't researched yet that I'm going to be producing. I need 5 for that part. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. Two for that. And 1 for the AI expansion server, which is going to be the last one on the list here. Because everything sort of builds up to this. Come on, Fixite Trigons. I'm staring at you. Don't make me walk across the room. Thank you. I will, you know. I will turn this factory around. I don't know how I would do that. Alright, AI expansion server, you're gonna be blue. There we go. And this is gonna be the core of our quantum manufacturing floor. As each of these is running, they're gonna produce dark matter residue as a byproduct. Every single one of these emits some dark matter residue as a byproduct. So we need to deal with it. Fluid solid. 2 solids, yeah, let's take fluid. Two, 3, 4. 4. 2 groups of 4, basically. The first group of 4 is going to be to actually be focused on making the dark matter crystals. The second group of 4 will be for what we call flush mode. Just taking as much dark matter residue as possible and flushing it down into an awesome sink. And if the first set overflows, it overflows into the second set. I'm building so many of these so fast, it's actually lagging trying to actually animate the building of them all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Eight. One, 2, 3, 4. That is flush. Oop. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is going to be actually making time crystals. Or not time crystals. What are they? Dark matter crystals. So dark matter crystallization requires no second product. It literally is just flush. Takes in 200 per minute, flushes out 20 per minute, and you can just put them right into a sink. No muss, no fuss. But if you actually want to make them efficiently, notice it's not very efficient. 20 per minute. It is literally the least efficient way of doing things. That's why it's a flush. So you could either use diamonds, which is the base recipe, or you can use fully organized time crystals. And that seems to be the most efficient way of making them. Luckily, I am planning several different chains that is going to sit there and do nothing but make time crystals. At least, we've already built one. There will be 2 more by the time I'm done. So, we are going to use that more efficient recipe. Now, take the power line to this point. Stop. Put in a power switch. Dark matter residue flush. Oop, Satisfactory is actually starting to get laggy and slow on inputs now. And my frame rate's starting to suffer. It might be time to reboot. If that's the case... How long have I been up? 5.5 hours? Well, if you don't count the crash. One of the parts about being very big on self-care in this house is we very much want everyone to take care of themselves, not only the viewers, but the actual streamers as well. Our little trans streaming co-op, I'm a part of TransXBT TRPG, we're very big on doing whatever we need to take care of ourselves, because if you don't have your health, what do you have? That's why we're very big on self-care here. There we go. Everything's interconnected. This is basically the big dark matter residue flush line. Now, fun fact about fluids and gases in this game. The valve. You can prioritize fluids and gases by putting in a valve. A fluid or a gas will fill everything up to the valve first before going through the valve. So, by using a valve, I'm going to put it right here by the flush switch. And then we connect everything on this side. It will only flush things if it gets past the valve, meaning it first fills the left-hand side before flowing into the right. And that way, we're going to create an automatic flush line. I'm going to use dark matter crystallization because that's the flush recipe. And that is how I deal with the waste product. Now, modular load balancers. Let's do an overflow module. And we will overflow into a sink. You follow where I'm going with this? Which means the primary output is going to go into this line that is actually making dark matter crystals. So, as long as it doesn't overflow, the dark matter crystals it creates will go into, and let's put a bin here. Our final output bin. This will just be where we put the final dark matter crystals. We'll mark that pink, because why not? And there you go. That's how I'm planning to tackle this. This input's going to need to be the time crystals. Done. Now, there's just one problem. A lot of these things use the dark matter crystals as part of their component recipe. Superposition oscillator, the first one I want to do, is absolutely one of those. So, we're going to have to make some dark matter crystals just to start. Not to worry. One fluid out. Trying to line it up here. I think I have lined it up. So these bad boys, put a power switch down. I'm gonna call this dark matter residue charge. As in, we're going to charge up the system with dark matter residue. I don't want to connect it to the flush line. And the source for this is just literally Sam, so we've got a belt for that over here already. Yoink! And a new power switch. Dark matter residue charge. I feel like a professor giving a lecture. I'm just trying to explain how I plan on solving these problems, you know? Gives me something to yap about. And now I just need to figure out the power. Oh, you know, there's one other thing I forgot. Not that recipe. We need about 6 of these. Oh. I figure let's spread them out. Across the line. Line it up. Line up to the other one. I try and be neat. I try and be tidy. Being neat is all about planning ahead. So it's right about on this line. By running the pipe, let's see if it works. Gonna need a total of 6. Got 2 on that end, on the far end. That'll probably have to stick. Straight mode. I'll have to stick like 2 in the middle somewhere for a total of 6. Gonna need to build the pipe anyway, I might as well use it as a straight edge. Ah! No! Cease! It's all about letting go of control at the right time. Alright, I guess that works. Let's just pick a point roughly in the middle. 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So... right here is the middle. One fluid out. Boop, boop. Cease. A fluid output. Line this booger up. Yeah, looks good. I don't have to be precise about making it dead center, but I think that's pretty close to dead center. All right. Excited photonic matter. So yeah. Excited photonic matter feeds into the quantum encoders, and then the waste product goes over the flush line. I'd say simple as pie, but I know for a lot of people that are going to be like, don't blame you. I'm trying to simplify it, but we'll understand. I mean, this is very late game stuff. These are incredibly complex, and I'm doing what I can to try and break them down into manageable pieces. Oh! Goodness. I've now been up for 6 hours. That explains why my voice is getting hoarse. 5 hours is usually about when I start getting tired. I enjoy streaming a lot, and so it's like sometimes, even though I set limits for myself, I sometimes like blow right over them because it's like I'm doing something I enjoy. It's why I do it. I should probably set myself some healthy limits though. One of the things I've found to be very important. Let's see who all's on. There is a buddy on. He's been up for a little while. Let me, like, go drop in on her stream and see if she's planning to raid out soon. Yeah. Let's do that. She is playing Baldur's Gate 3. And I love hanging out with her. So, let's do a raid message. Thank you everybody for hanging out. I will be back tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to be doing Wayback Machine. I'm going to be playing Red Alert 1 from the Command & Conquer series. And then Thursday, we're going to be doing some Deep Rock Galactic. That one's going to be a fucking chaotic stream, like the opposite of this one. Very chaos. All right, everybody. I hope you enjoyed. Please take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. Take care of the planet. I hope you enjoyed yourself, and let's give some love to Luna.